Yo, hello everyone. Okay, today I'm going to learn Vim. We're gonna do like a full key binding stuff. I already know a little bit about navigation and stuff like that, but I want it to be like, let's make it general, like encoding. I will put. Okay, let's start first. I'm going first to. Okay, let's just. Oh, I want that. Okay, it's okay. I'm going to terminal, and I'm going to open up my terminal here. But first, I need to search for a PDF or something. Like I'm literally I didn't do nothing before the video. Like I said, I want to do everything inside the video so I can return to it and watch it. Okay, no need. I'm gonna say learn Vim shit sheet. I want to search for a shit sheet. Vim shit sheet. Let's see that. Mm, I don't know. Is that useful? Okay, no problem. We're gonna stick with this one. There is a PDF? No. Okay, we're gonna stick with this one. It's fine. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to make sure this one is here. I'm gonna put it in a new tab with that in another tab. No need for it right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and now let's use just this. Okay. Um, if I want to go to the cheat sheet, I can click that and see. Okay. First, we're gonna go to somewhere here. Let's see. I'm gonna cd document ls. I have Obsidian. Okay. Cd Obsidian ls. I think we have. Okay, just here. I'm gonna tmux here. Tmux. Or should I? Okay. You know what? I'm gonna say tmux dot. I think. Okay. Dot in cd first. And I'm gonna say tmux. I use tmux here in my terminal just to not to make things easier for me. Okay. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cd to document document and obsidian. This I need. I'm gonna say vim dot here. Just open up my vim editor in this window. Okay. We are already here. We have here vim and readme. Let's see this one. Okay, I think this one is probably fine. Okay. I already generated using AI, ChatGPT. Okay, I'll find. What I'm gonna do now is, okay, let's create. Okay, comment. I'm gonna say, hey, we're gonna create a new file here. What I'm gonna name it is new. Okay. What I learned. What I learned. Okay, I think I should do it that one. What I learned dot md. Alright, cool. And what I'm gonna do here is just going to this, and I'm gonna say hv, and I'm gonna open up the new what I learned. Okay, all good. So in this window here, what I'm gonna do in this window here, I'm going to see we're gonna learn the keys and stuff. And this window here, we're gonna not and put infos. And what I need more, that is a place to a place to do, like play with them so I can learn it. So what I'm gonna do here is just totally easy. Just gonna, okay, I'm gonna say sv, okay, sv, oh, I'm in insert mode, sorry, okay, my bad, horizontal, okay, now good. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to open up here, uh, I'm gonna open up here the readme. I'm gonna, it's called learn vim. It's up here, so all good. Alright, and I'm gonna open up here and I'm gonna say ff to learn what I learned. I'm gonna open up with this one here, and here we're gonna open up, I'm gonna make a file, control, I'm gonna say letter M, I'm gonna create a new file here, and let's call it, for example, test, test or something, I don't know, test dot, for example, ts, okay, if I come to this and click A, it's here, okay, fine. Here we're gonna play in them here. Here we're gonna not what we learned, and we have here the documentation, like not the documentation, but we have like a table of the key bindings and the commands. Alright, first thing first, we have like this one is so easy. Like if I want to navigate, okay, wait, I'm gonna type some stuff here. Hello, hello world. Hi, how? If I do this, we have here, we can move the mouse by HGKL, like left, right. Okay, this is easy. And like I said, okay, I'm not going to type it in the notes because I already know it. Wait, okay, here what I'm gonna type is the zero. The zero is, okay, zero is going to the store. So anytime I want to go to store without entering the insert mode, you can go to zero, or like that. Moving zero, go to the insert mode. So let's type that. Zero, I'm gonna insert mode, zero. If you want to move to beginning of the line without switching to insert, insert, is it like that, insert mode? I don't know how to type insert, but all good. I just need to know what I typed. Okay. Okay, put it like that, and let's go back. Okay, we have zero. We said we can go to the first line. We have $sign to the end of the line. So I'm gonna copy that answer. If you want to move to the end of the line without switching to the insert mode. Nice. So $sign, $sign. Okay, this is good and useful in some cases. We have GG. GG will go, and actually if I want, okay, I'm here, If I said GG, I'm going to the first line, but I'm still in the same x-axis. Okay, so it's just saying y equal to 0. GG, y equal to 0. Capital G, y, it's going to the end without changing the x-axis. So if I said GG 0, it's going to the start. GG no, shift G $, it's going to the end of the file. So let's type that. Okay, I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna say copy paste 2 times. GG, this one. I need another G. If you want to move to the end, no, start of the file. Without switching, of course, without switching to the insert mode. And here, okay, here what I'm gonna say here is I'm gonna say capital G if you want to move to the end of the line of the file without switching to insert mode. I'm gonna save that and all good. So we already going good. We have W, and W is just literally to move with words. Like I can click W to move, and we have B to go backward. Going if I click W, it's like word. I'm moving by word, and B backward by a word like that, like that, like that. And it's so easy. I'm not going to type it. We have Control U. It's help page. Oh, okay. What I'm gonna do is going to GG, and now we have a big file. What I'm gonna do is Control U. So it's not helping like that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to change that. I'm going to open up here, I think, a file, already existing one, or guess what I'm gonna do? And GitHub, and bring a code from my code so I can play around with it. I'm going to here, for example, Firebase. No, I'm gonna go to the server, client, components, and we're gonna grab, for example, just the button here of Shazam. Alright, copy. If I come back here and paste that, all good. I'm gonna save it. Alright, I think the problem is, okay, I'm going to change that or delete that file. Yes. Rename the file. Oh, I can rename the file. I didn't saw that. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a new file, test.tsx, and open up the file in A, and I'm gonna say paste that. Alright, and oh my god, what is that shit? Okay, now it's good. Okay, shift this V, quit. Nice. And open up the file of there, what I learned. Nice. Okay, I changed a lot of it in the layouts, but it's all good. I think it's not a better way to do it, but okay, let's change that. quit that. Okay, all good. So here we are in the Control U. So if I click Control U, what is that even doing? It's up. Okay, okay. Control U. It's going up by. It's going up by half of the page. Control D is going down by half of the page. Okay, but I don't think Control D and U is a good idea because I'm switching from that control of the left to the right control of the right. I will change it in the key map later. Okay, but Control D is going down by one control. Yeah. Okay, all good. And yeah, what just I did. Okay, I'm going to the menu and I'm gonna say shift this. And gonna open up this Vim. Bro, this is so annoying as fuck. Okay, no problem. You know who gonna fix that? It's called Tmux. I'm going to close that shit and let this one here. And I'm gonna say Control S vertical. Nice. Tmux is going to fix that. Cd to document. Cd document obsidian and vim dot vim. Okay, vim dot here as well. And we're gonna come to the vim and come to learn. Okay. And gonna say Control S. I'm gonna come here to cd document obsidian. I'm gonna come to vim dot here. I'm gonna come to the vim, then what I learned. Okay, not bad, not bad at all. Okay, this is a duck, and this is the vim. Okay, so all good. Okay, let's just open up the new the file of what I learned and no, this that's okay. So here the W, this one, those are useful. Gonna copy them, come here, paste them, and just type something about them. He said first have those here. Control, copy them. Okay, and I'm gonna say if you want to move up with half of the page, I'm gonna do it the same with this. If you want to move up, no, down, move one page forward. Okay, easy. So F is going to move down with one page forward. Okay, and B is if you want to move down with one page backward. Okay, and then It's all good. Um, I'm gonna come to up here, and if I click I, I'm going to insert mode, and I can type. But if I click A, there is a difference. If I click, for example, I'm on D here, click I, I'm in the start of the D. But if I click A, I'm in the end of the D. So, hello, nice. So if I come to this one here and take those puck and come to this, and I can just say I, if you want to insert mode before the cursor. I'm just copying what they say. That's all good. I just need to type it so I can remember it. If you want to insert mode, but from from after, yeah. So all good now. And if we have I and low uppercase. Let's see what uppercase is doing actually. And here, insert mode in the beginning of the line. Okay, nice. I'm now in the half of the line, and I click A. I'm in the end. I can type something in the end. Okay. Now I'm in the half of the line, and I want to type something in the front. Hello. Nice, easy and simple. Let's do that again. Okay, I want to do something, or you know what? Let's do it later. I'm going to tell you later. So Shift I. Ooh. Shift I. Go into the end of the line, and I can type and go into insert mode, and we have Shift I is hello. Shift A and Shift I is easy. So let's type it. We have Shift I. If you want to insert mode in the beginning. Okay, is it spelling good? No, beginning of the line. And here we have A. If you want to insert mode in the end of the line. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna come back here, and we have O and big O. Nice. Let's type that and see. We have O will come to the new line, but from the bottom. I can type something. And if I click Shift O, I can come to the bottom, but from the top. Nice. Easy. And simple. I'm gonna say O. What O is doing actually is open a new line before like they say below, yes, the current line. And here we have big O is opening a new line, but not below, is under. No, actually it's the wait, above. What? My eyes is okay, no problem. I'm gonna shift and save. I'm gonna come to here and see what else. We have R and delete. Those are so useful. We're gonna come R, did it. I can switch that to L, or I can see out Y and make it again. And we have X. X is just deleting one word. No, don't. Outline. And what we're gonna do is come here and let's type that. Actually, I know those. No need. The place and X is too easy. DD, deleting the line. Yo-yo is it's yanking the line. It means copying the line. I can yank, paste, yank, paste. And we have uppercase P is paste after the cursor. Oh, okay. Okay, let's see that. If I have below, I'm copying below. If I click that, paste, it's way much useful. I'm going to use it a lot. Okay. Capital P, just capital P what I want. Capital P is pasting in the front, in the, what is it? Before, paste before the cursor. It's way useful. All the time I'm having trouble with pasting in the front. So all good now. So I can yank the word, and if I come here, so bad. But here, yes, so good. Nice. We have control plus R is undo it, redo, too easy. Search by pattern. Search backward. Okay. If I search like that, border, I got that one. If I search border, I got that one. What if I want to be global? It's not like that. There is nothing called global here. Okay. So we have N. What's N doing is move to the next search result. Okay. I'm going to GG. I'm gonna say I want border. I'm gonna click N, border, N. Oh, I'm going to the next result, but in the same line. And if I'm in the end of the results, I'm going back to the first one. Okay. And we have shift N, like uppercase N, is going in the different direction. It's not looking good here, but if I just add border here and did the same multiple times, and if I come here and say search border, I got this one here, and if I set N, shift N, as you can see here, it's looking good. Nice. Okay. Delete or words. Delete word. Nice. Just to let the file clean. Okay. Okay, those two, I need them actually. I'm gonna copy them and come here and paste them. Nice. And here I'm gonna switch that. that. We have here search forward for a pattern, search backward for a pattern, move to the top. Okay, nice. I'm gonna format that. Okay, all good now. Let's go back here and let's continue. Okay, quit Vim. It's too easy. Write our save changes. All good. Save changes and quit. Or I can use X. Oh, okay. This one is new for me. V. I'm going to um, um, visual mode like selection, and we have Shift V or capital V is going to the answer the visual mode, but I'm copying line by line. Okay, replace first character of old. Ooh, this one is so beautiful. Let's see. We have here the button. Okay, what if I want somehow to change the name of the button in the global? Oh my god, this is so useful. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say okay, dollars. This one s that. I'm gonna say button. Oh my god, new. Not new. I'm gonna say input. And now we have an input. What? Holy, how beautiful. Okay, and I'm gonna say global. Oh my god, global is mean. It means like you can bring it even inside codes or inside another word. This is beautiful, and I can hit enter to change everything. This is time. Um, wait. From I'm gonna start from the okay from here, and we're gonna copy all that from where just to this. Here, the first one, what they said is replace first occurrence of old with a new. Okay, this is it's so easy. But the second one is useful. Like I can change all the file with the same. Uh, GC replace all occurrence of old with new. Oh my god, this one is so good. This one is so good. Let's go back to the top, and I'm gonna say of course like that. I'm gonna say s. No, if I remember, I don't want to watch it to remember it. I'm gonna say input dash new button and wait, new or old? Oh, okay, okay, my bad. Button, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say G C, and we have here the first one, but where is it? I can't see it. Replace with button. Yes. Ah, okay, okay. I can say yes, 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 no, no, yes, no, yes. Beautiful. Holy, holy shit. This is so good. Okay, I'm gonna go down. Vim, I love you. Let's go down. Okay, here we're gonna say replace the first. I don't know why that don't count. Oh, it's okay. Confirm. Um, but I want to delete the last one here. This part here is not useful at all. Okay. The new. Okay. I'm gonna delete that, and here we go. Save that now. Beautiful. So let's complete. Let's go. Okay. Set number. Show line number. Hide line number. Space text within auto. Okay, okay. Return to normal mode after pasting. Okay. Okay, okay. So we done here? I think so. Okay. I'm going to do now the second part is let's try to learn Vim by stuck in stuff. Okay. We're gonna stuck in something and we're gonna try to learn it from. Wait, I'm going to open up ChatGPT here because I know I want it. Gonna open up that, and here we go. Now, what I want, for example, I'm coding, and I want. If I want to select, for example, this block, I can do V. Oh, that was so easy. Okay. Yankee. Another one. V. Okay. Block. Another block. Easy, easy. Okay. Let's say I want to uppercase everything in this line. I think I remember. I can say mm, if I want to uppercase like the this word, I can say just G Q I word. Nice. So I typed this one, G Q I W. This one is to uppercasing that thing. Let's say G Q I word. Display. Okay. I can now. Oh, okay. What if I want to uppercase just one or lowercase it? I can use tilde. Display. Display name. Okay. So let's do this. I'm gonna type it here. in the bottom. GC GU GUIW to lower case all the word. I can lowercase all the word with GC GUIW. What about GUIW? It's gonna do is to upper case all the word. Nice. And if I said ZZ, okay, let's type that. ZZ to center the cursor. To center the cursor, that's easy. If I'm now here, or for example here, ZZ, and it will center to the center of the file. Alright, good. Let's come back to the top here, and I want, for example, I'm in here, and you know what? Let's master macros. You know macros? It's so useful. Let's say teach me Vim macro. I don't know how to type macros. Okay, nice. Recording a macro. Example. Let's say you want to record a macro that moves the cursor to the end of the line, insert a semicolon, and then goes to the next line. Here's how you would do it. They say press Q followed by register name. Let's say AQA. Wait. Type $sign to move. Okay. Okay, wait. For example, I'm gonna open up this, and let's come back here. Okay, I'm gonna copy this part like that, and go up and paste it. And what I want here to macro on that, and turn them to the same. But wait, I'm going to do it harder in the first time. It's not a good idea. I'm gonna delete those from here, from here, from here, from here, and from here. Okay, for example, the idea is gonna be so easy. I'm gonna do it. Okay, and I'm going to delete that one as well. What if I want to delete the front? Okay, let me ask ChatGPT this question. Okay, gonna come to ChatGPT. How to delete the front of the line in Vim? I think I know it right now. It's $sign. Not $, I mean 0. If I typed delete 0, yes, delete 0, delete 0, delete 0, delete 0. Gonna do the same here. So what I want to do is I want here to do a macro. Let's type a macro. QA, record the macro. QA. I'm gonna T to this. No, how to close the micro? Fuck. Okay, I can stop it with another key. Okay, gonna do key A. No, another key to close that. I'm gonna say key A, and I'm gonna say F this. I'm gonna say A, delete that, press equal sign, and that, then GK, then 0, then down. Okay, wait, let me see now what they say. Okay. Now I can do it didn't work. Micro. Okay, let's see. Let's see what's happened here. I'm gonna come to this and let's see. Watch a video about micro. YouTube. Vim macro. I will watch this.
يتم التوزيع يعني صباحا عملنا 35 كده تمام.
Alright, what's up everyone? I had the realization that there are a lot of people who use Vim and use it well, but they've never learned how to do macros, or they've never learned that functionality. And they're really great, people should use them. So in this video I'm just going to show you how to use them basically, and they're very, you can do crazy stuff with them. But anyway, in a previous video I told you how to map in your VimRC different key presses to different mappings. And recording macros is sort of similar. In that you're recording key presses, but you can actually do it real time in Vim. So it's pretty nice. So here's what I'm going to do in this video. I have this, here's my wallpaper folder, or specifically my landscape folder. And what I want to do is I want to take all these files and feed them into FFmpeg to make a slideshow automatically. But that's not the important part. The important part for us here is we have to take all the file names and put them in a particular syntax in a file to feed it to FFmpeg. So what that's going to look like? Well, first off, I'm going to take, if I take ls, I'm going to feed it to, let's say a file name, file list, okay? And I'm going to open that file list up. So this is a file in Vim. It has all of the files in this folder. And here's what I want to do to be able to feed it to FFmpeg. I have to turn it into a particular syntax, and it's going to look something like this. You have to have file, open a quote, and then quotation marks basically go around the file name. Then below it you have duration, and then some duration, let's say 5, and that just means 5 seconds. This is all distracting for now. So basically we are going to want to put every single file name here in this kind of syntax where we have file, then quotations, then duration. So if you are just, if you're using Notepad or something, obviously that's a very difficult thing to do. We have 179 files here. How are we going to go through them all? How are we going to work this out? Well, basically what we're going to do is we are going to record a macro to do it. Now, how do we do that? Macros are super easy. First, I'm going to put my cursor wherever I want to start. And I'm going to have it right in the first line, first character here. Now, to record a macro, what you're going to do is press Q. Then you press another key, and that key is going to be where your macro is saved. I'm going to press W for wallpaper, just because, why not? So now you'll notice it's saying recording at W. That means you're recording your macro, that's good. Now here's the idea behind macros. Every single key press you press from now on until you press Q again in normal mode is going to be recorded in this macro. So what I'm going to want to do.
Okay. Key A. Didn't work. Key A. Okay. Let's say. Okay. Oh god. Key A. And I'm gonna do find this A, delete, do this 0 down, and I'm gonna quit and do oh my god, it's working. As you can see, I can just click. Nice. Beautiful. I like it. So let's do another one. I can key A, and what I'm gonna do is to this. Okay, wait. What is that? And to this. To what? Oh, okay. Okay. If I come here, I can go to the beginning. Okay, and I'm gonna say Q A F delete F delete move delete 2 delete V2 V2 delete. Oh, this is so bad. Q. I'm gonna go again. Q A. What I'm gonna do is T this. Fuck. What I'm gonna do here is Q A. And then I'm gonna type delete Q again Q A. Gonna say forward to this, delete it, then forward one more time, delete v2 equal sign delete enter, put 2 spaces, escape, 0 down, code. Nice. This time is so good. Now we record it. We're gonna go back here and let's see. Control Alt, following by tilde. I'll do it 3 times. Nice. This is so good. I like it. So, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make it way much harder. What if I want to take this whole table? I'm gonna copy it, go here, up, and wait, I'm gonna go down, and I want to make all the table. Gonna delete the first, of course, and that second one. Okay, so all good. I'm gonna come here, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna record a new macro, call it A. I'm gonna delete that one. I'm gonna go F to that one, delete it, and inside I'm gonna say add 2 and go out and 2 this and shift D and 0 down. Stop recording. And guess what I'm gonna do here next? How much? I'm gonna say 20 at A. No. What just happened? I'm here in the end. 20, I'm gonna say 10 at A. Ah, it was doing it. Nice, I like it. Go back. I'm gonna say 40 at A. I'm gonna wait a little bit. And why? Oh, it's actually doing that. Nice. It did it. But why it's so laggy? And as you can see here, I just copied everything inside that. And switch it to that type. Okay, beautiful. Nice. So now what I'm gonna do is just delete everything and let's note about the macros. Macro Is it macro that way? Okay. Macros. I'm gonna say to key followed any letter you want to add this one to create a new macro with the name of the letter you put. Okay. Then Q. Wait, I'm gonna do it that way. To exit the macro and save it at name of the macro to execute the macro. Nice. Okay. We have another one here is add. Okay, no problem. To execute the last macro in list. Okay, so probably no. That's all good. Okay. To exit a new macro with the name. Okay, I think those are super enough. But I still want to watch this.
I'm going to record a macro that puts.
Okay, wait. Let me see this. They say save and quit. Chef ZZ. Quit without checking changes. Okay. Navigation, we have those easy. Command, okay. Page, okay. Words, B and W. Previous, next word. Previous, next word, next end of the word. Oh, to the next, to the end of the word. Okay. Line, we have 0 to story. Tilde, start of line, after space. Okay. End of the line. Wait, I'm going to copy everything. Okay, copy and come here. Okay. Navigation. Where's okay? It's all good. Document. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. Alright, here what I'm gonna do is, I don't need that table anymore. Well, guess what? I'm going just above it and paste that new table. I think that one is so much useful than the first one. So I'm gonna type GG, paste, and delete that. Alright, good. So let's read that. They say, okay, if I come here and save that, write it, and I come to this, I can open up Obsidian just to read it in a better way. Oh, I can read it just from here. Okay, they say okay. Alright, that's okay. Let's watch that. Open up Vim, learn. Okay, they say this one is for closing the file, closing all the files. Save, save and close all the files. DZ, save and quit. Okay. Navigation, health page, down. Why you get show us? Do it that way. Okay. B slash previous. Okay. Line 0. Okay. And we have correction. Go forward to correction scene. Go FC. Go backward to correction scene. Okay. Document GG. Okay. Go to line number. Okay. Go to go down. Okay. Window. ZZ to center. ZT to top. This line. ZB. Button this line. Okay. Move to the top screen. ML move to the middle screen. L is move to the bottom. Search. We have N. Next, matching search pattern. Okay. Tab pages. Tab edit file. Edit file in a new window. Tab. Okay. Let's see this. tab last, tab, mm-hmm. Edit, editing, oh, delete line, and insert, oh, delete character and insert, nice, this one is new for me, I'm gonna go up, okay, nice. Okay.
One line in the correct syntax, then I'm going to repeat it a gajillion times for all the other ones. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to
My talk is called Mastering the Vim Language, which is an extremely lofty title that I will probably not live up to, but I'm going to give it my best. So Vim is an extremely interesting editor. It's one of, frankly, the two very interesting editors, and we're going to hear about both tonight. How exciting. This talk is going to be about my recent, probably over the past year, kind of focus on what really does make Vim unique, what makes it special, and how can I get better at using those features. So quick introduction to me for anyone that doesn't know me. My name is Chris Toomey. I work here at Thoughtbot. They're kind enough to provide the pizza and space and beer and friendship, so all good things. I'm on Twitter as Chris Toomey, and I'm at a blog as ctoomey.com. So you can find me at any of those places, and happy to chat with you about anything. So I love Vim. This is something that you could probably guess about me as someone who runs a Vim meetup. But I really do. It's by far my favorite tool that I use, and it's also the tool that I use the most. There are many features of it that I love, many things that make me happy when I use it. But one of the core pieces is that over the many years that I've used it, I've yet to hit the ceiling. I've yet to find that edge where, you know what, I've learned it. I got it all. That's definitely not something that's happened. And in fact, I've met no one that I can think of that has found that edge, that has said, like, I've got it. I know all of Vim. And so this might seem like something that's actually not great, that's kind of a negative, but to me, since this is the tool that I use most every single day, I love that I can constantly sharpen that saw. I can constantly get better at it. I can adapt myself or the editor better to my workflows. I don't want something that has a ceiling, frankly. I want to keep getting better at it, and Vim definitely delivers on that front. And I think this is actually really important and somewhat undervalued. A lot of people talk about how fast you can be in Vim, but for me, it's not really about speed. Speed's nice. It's a benefit that I do get from using Vim, but it's not the key reason that I use it. I use Vim because I don't have to think. In fact, a lot of people reference this quote. It's not actually related to Vim, the original quote, but typing is not the bottleneck. And so they're talking about, well, you know what, sure, you can be fast in Vim, but that doesn't really matter. Typing's not the bottleneck. The original reference, this typing is not the bottleneck quote, is related to TDD, but I do hear it sometimes used as an argument as to why, like, Vim's probably not worth it. And I agree. The speed alone is not a reason to use an editor. But the corollary to typing is not a bottleneck, I think, is actually really interesting. Thinking is the bottleneck. That time I spend not typing, that time I spend thinking is the most important. And I'm limited in two ways. I'm limited in time related to that. Like it just takes some time to think. But more importantly to me, I have a limited amount of thinking that I've found to be useful within a given day. I only have so many units of thought that I can put out into the world. And frankly, I want to spend 0 of them on my editor. And that's why I love Vim. Vim gives me a language to express the changes that I want to make in the most concise, efficient, and easy to interface with way that I've ever found. I don't speak Vim's language. Vim speaks my language. And that means that I don't have to think about it. I kind of just put my hands on the keyboard after I figured out the change I want to make, and it happens. And that's kind of magical, but it's also really practical in that I'm not wasting any thought cycles on telling the editor what to do. So Vim's killer feature is the language that it provides for defining changes. So just as a quick introduction to this general concept, most editors, as you type on the keyboard, it's going to literally enter the character that you typed into the document that you're editing. It treats that inserting of text as the primary action. Vim spins this on its head and says, actually, most of the time, especially as programmers, but even generally as writers, we're editing, we're not writing. We are going through and we're changing text that already exists. So Vim chose to optimize for editing text, and I believe that that was a very good choice. It gives you a whole language to express the changes that you want to make very concisely, repeatably, undoably. It has all of these wonderful features that fall out of treating changing text as the primary concern. So let's break this down and get a little more practical. The syntax of the language is broken down into verbs and nouns, operations and text that you want to operate on. So, for instance, we have a very simple example here. D in Vim. Thank you. Let's pull this over here too. D in Vim will delete, but it's going to wait until you tell it what to delete. W is for word. So DW, typed in sequence, will delete a word. And again, just to keep this nice and practical, I have a sample document here, and if I happen to be at the beginning of the word initialize, DW will delete that word. That's a nice little party trick on its own, but it does demonstrate the core of the language. We have operations, and we have the text that we want to change. So we'll undo that here. We can come back to the idea. So let's talk about this at a little bit higher of a level. We'll break it down into the two sides, the verbs and the nouns. So actually, before we go into that, I do want to talk about the idea that these commands that you give Vim, a command being a combination of an operator and a noun, have these really great features that they're both repeatable and undoable. So if I come back into this document, I made that change here to delete a word. And now, if I move around, I can go anywhere else in this document, and by typing dot, Vim remembers the last change that I made, which happened to be delete a word. And I can use this anywhere I want. Any word that I find in the document, I can repeat that change. And that change, again, is that combination of the operation and the noun. Even better, I can undo these. And you'll note that when I undo them, they undo as these atomic operations. It's not individual characters that are being restored, but it's the entire word. It's that distinct change that I made that I can now undo. So I can define a change, and then I can kind of stamp that out through the document, repeating it as necessary, and very directly undo it in the exact way that I did it. This is extremely powerful, and we'll talk about this a little bit more later on and how you can leverage this. But those are really important characteristics of the language that Vim provides. So coming back to the syntax of the language, again, we start with verbs. This is the operation that you want to make. So here I've got a sample of them. There are more than these, but just to focus in on a few. D will delete, and again, that's going to wait for what you want to operate on. C will change, which is delete and get ready to insert and type in new text. The greater than symbol is going to indent. The less than, as the corollary, will outdent. V will visually select, so it will actually highlight a portion of text, and Y will yank. So to give, again, a couple practical examples here, we've already done DW, that will delete a word, but now CW puts me into insert mode, and I can say hello. Now again, we've got that repeatability feature, so if I come here and I hit dot, I've now repeated that change, which also includes adding the word hello. And again, the undo covers all of that. So this is, again, this very expressive language that captures all of these different features. Similarly, this doesn't work so well for a word, so I'll use a different motion here. But if I say indent greater than and then J to go down, it will indent the current line and the line below, the motion that I just described. Similarly, if I yank a word here, then I can paste that word. So yank is to copy in Vim. So we have all of these different things that operate with those same nouns, but are different operations. So those are the core, that's where we start from. And now we can move on to the motions. This is where things get very interesting and kind of expand in possibility very quickly. So we've already covered W for word. B is the reverse of that. You can go back. 2J, I just demonstrated to go down. So what's great about this is every motion, everything that you use to move around in a document in Vim also acts as a way to operate on it, to make a change. So the same thing that would move me a certain distance, I can now change over that. I can yank over that. I can operate on the same bodies of text that I can define with all those motions. So once you know the one, you automatically know the other. This is great, but it is a little bit limited. What if you happen to be in the middle of some text that you want to operate on? This is where things get very interesting. We get text objects, and text objects allow you to operate from anywhere within a defined body of text. So for instance, IW in sequence will define inner word, which will operate anywhere within a word, but on that whole word. IT similarly is inner tag, so for HTML, XML, etc. type tags. I quote for inside the quotes, IP for inner paragraph, etc. So here we can give a quick demonstration. I'll go over here so that I'm inside of these single quotes, and I'll demonstrate kind of a few successive things. So DIW is going to delete the word that I'm on. DI quote inside the quotes, DI bracket inside the brackets, DI paren inside the parens, and DIP, dip, which is always fun to say, inside the paragraph. What's great is there's not a lot to remember there, actually. Those come to me very easily. When I'm looking at the text, I see quotes, and I know I want to operate inside those quotes. So it's DI quote. I almost don't remember anything. Anything about that. That just happens. That just falls out of my fingers, which is amazing to me. And so each of these, again, have that same wonderful repeatability. So if I happen to be here inside of the word result, I can say change inner word, type out hello as what I want to change to, and now I can be on an entirely different word, but because Vim has an understanding of word, what that means, dot will repeat that change. Exactly what I want to do. Change this word that I'm currently on into hello. This gets even more interesting if I go over to a sample using some HTML. So here we have some structured HTML, and Vim, again, has an understanding. It has a text object to describe this HTML. I happen to be on a p tag here, a paragraph tag, and I can say change inner tag, CIT, and again, I'll use that same repeat that I missed that there, CIT, hello, and hit escape. And now I can repeat that on any of the other tags. That's an LI tag, not a p tag, but again, I said change inner tag, not change inner p tag, so Vim knows what I mean. And tags are actually especially interesting because here, you can see my cursor's on the close tag. My cursor's not even really inside the tag, but Vim still knows a tag is defined by this whole structure, and inside the tag is still that text that's in there. So even though I'm on the close tag, or in this case I'll go over to the open tag, I can still repeat that change. And I can move up here if I'm on UL hello, I can change that. So Vim, again, gives me this very expressive language for defining and repeating these changes that is surprisingly well suited to exactly how I think about these changes. So these are text objects. If you're not familiar with them, I highly suggest looking into them. I remember the day that I learned inner word, and it was just this kind of mind-expanding experience. I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm using Vim for the rest of my life. That's clear. It was a good day. It was a very good day. So now we get to what I think are kind of the most interesting of the nouns that we can use. These are parameterized text objects. I don't know that they're actually called that. I needed a word, so I chose that word to describe them. But what I mean by that is the text object alone is not complete. It needs more. You need to target something. So F finds, and it can find any character. So I can F A, and that will find the next occurrence of A. T is similar, but it goes up to, but not including that character. And similarly, I can use search as a text object. So I'll demonstrate that here. If I want to change everything up to the L in list, I can target that by saying CT big L. CT big L, and now I can type out hello. So I'm able to target that uniquely. There are other ones that would work there, but that one is special in that it lets me target basically anything. So here, for instance, there's a lot of stuff in the way. Words won't work, inner words won't work, but if I want to go out to the one, I can say change F single quote. So find all the way up to the single quote, and now I'm right up next to the single quote and one. And again, this has the benefit that I can repeat all of these. So as a great example of this, I can use searching. So I can use searching to define the text I want to operate on and then repeat that. So for instance, here I have the word other all the way out there in that second quoted string within the brackets, within all sorts of other things. So I really don't have another way to get there. FO is unfortunately not going to get me there because there's a 1 in the way. F single quote, not going to get me there. F comma gets me close, but still not quite there. But if I search, I can find other. Luckily, Vim recognizes that that's a useful way to get around, so I can say change search, search being the slash character, type out other, and you can see it's actually progressively highlighting for me. So I don't even have to quickly get this. I can progressively type this out, see what it's finding. So for instance, if I just type O, it's going to find that first one. The minute I type the T, it knows to target out to other. Hit enter there, and then hello, and I'll close the quote again. And now, once again, this has the benefit that this is repeatable. To target out to other. Hit enter there, and then hello, and I'll close the quote. To target out to other. Hit enter there, and then hello, and I'll close the quote again. And now, once again, this has the benefit that this is repeatable. So if I hit dot here, it repeats that up to that same search pattern. So thinking about this, each of F, T, and then they both have a capital version. Big F goes backwards, big T goes backwards. Search and question mark, which is the reverse of search, go in the other direction. All of those work on any of the characters that are available, or in the case of search, literally anything you type in, which is basically infinity. So that's a lot. So in preparation for this talk, I decided to do a little bit of math and figure out just roughly what are we talking about here. How many different things can I define? So we've got 5 operators. That's actually very conservative. There's more operators than that. Some 10-ish motions. I've shown a bunch of those already. There's more than that. Similarly, text objects, inner paragraph, inner word, all of the FFTT motions times 35, maybe 70 characters, depending on how you count it. All the uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, punctuation. And lastly, let's call it 100 for search, which is totally not accurate because you can search for just about anything. But just taking these, we have 2,000-ish distinct commands that I can express very cleanly to Vim, and I only had to memorize 30 things. And let's be clear, that memorization is a strong word. If I want to delete something, I have to remember D. That's very easy. If I want to delete inner word, IW. I don't even consider it memorization at this point. These things just come to my head. I don't translate into Vim. This just happens. And I've got 2,000 commands at my disposal. This is pretty incredible to me. So this is actually a pretty common theme. A lot of people have talked about this idea. I've got links here to a number of blog posts. This is one called Learning Vim as a Language by Ben McCormick that describes kind of his approach to learning and how he got that much more value out of Vim when he started to think about it as this language and this grammar for describing changes. Similarly, the Carbon 5 blog has a wonderful post on text objects, the definitive guide, which, like mine, is a very lofty title, but they do a great job of covering most of the text objects that there are. This is another post, Why Atom Can't Replace Vim, and it talks about the history of Emacs and Vim and what they each got right, and the fact that editors like Sublime and Atom have really followed in Emacs's path on extensibility and configurability, and kind of missed the boat on the whole composability thing, those 2,000 commands that I just described that Vim has. Not a lot of editors have copied that, and mostly they just call themselves Vim clones because they want to stay close to the title. Similarly, this is a great post from usevim.com called Stop the Configuration Madness that's suggesting just a real focus on this core part of Vim, this language for defining changes. And particularly it has this great quote, you know what improves productivity? Mastering motions and operators. And I would agree with that. I've found the most value in this as something that I've kind of worked on within my usage of Vim. Lastly, there is the classic canonical text, which is Stack Overflow answer, called Your Problem with Vim is You Don't Grok V, or VI. And this talks about Vim is VI improved, but that great stuff, that core, that language for editing text comes from VI. And this post goes into surprising detail for a Stack Overflow post on what that means, what this language is, how do we build up commands, and how do we use them most efficiently. So if you've not read this one in particular, I would highly suggest it, but all of those posts are pretty great and will give you a little bit more information on this style of working with Vim, which is kind of the core style of working with Vim. So now my tips for mastering the Vim language. The first is the dot command. The dot command is that thing that lets you repeat a change. So I try as much as possible these days to think about my changes in light of the dot command. Would dot be able to repeat the change that I'm trying to make? If not, I've probably done something wrong because Vim has this very expressive language, and if I cannot express my change in it, it's probably me, not Vim, that is limited. So an example of this is try to use text objects over motions. So text object being inner word versus W word being a motion. And as an example here, if I happen to be on the beginning of the word result, and I say change word hello, if I come down to this second instance of the word results and I repeat it, it's actually moving forward through the word. It's a motion forward. It's not defining a region of text. Whereas if I instead, even if I'm at the beginning, change inner word hello, and then I'm here in the middle, that repeats. And it repeats on anything that Vim considers a word, from anywhere in that thing that Vim considers a word. So I almost never use motions unless I have to. For instance, I don't think I've ever used W as the way to define a change. It's always change inner word, mostly because of that light shining moment that happened in my history where I discovered it, but also because those changes are more repeatable, they're more expressive of actually what you're trying to do. Similarly, let's see, prefer text objects, yeah, that's definitely that. Repeat.vim is a plugin that you can use that extends this idea out to more and more things. So it allows other plugins to opt into repeatability and allows you to repeat a lot more things that you wouldn't necessarily be able to otherwise. This is by T-Pope, and there's a link here so you can use that if you're interested. Additionally, relative number. Who here uses relative number? All right, that's most everybody. For those that don't, maybe this will convince you. Relative number is an absolutely amazing feature. It's a relatively new feature, like 2-ish years old, which in Vim's 40-year history, depending on how you count, that's new. And it allows for line-based editing in a very intuitive way. So I'm going to slide a little bit further out of the way. You can see the numbers over here on the side. With relative number turned off, we get the absolute line number. So as I move around, nothing changes. And say I wanted to change from result down to complicated. So I want to like kind of combine these two. I don't really have a good way to do that. Let's see, it's 15 minus 9, that's 6-ish. I only know that because I had relative number on earlier. So I can get that, but I had to do math. And again, the whole point of Vim is I don't want to think. I certainly don't want to do math. So relative number, if I turn that back on, will actually show me the exact number of lines. So if I move back up to where I started there, we can see 6. And again, that's really the only reason I knew the answer to that question. And now the question of how do I change from here down to complicated? Well, my eyes follow down to complicated, move out to the side, see the number 6, and then it's change 6J. Change 6 down. This is unbelievably useful. I use this many, many times a day. I'm not actually sure how I got around in Vim without it. I'm also not sure how it took Vim so long to introduce this as a feature. As an addition here, you can see that I actually have the absolute line number. This is a even more recent feature that was added so that you can have the best of both worlds, essentially. The current line is given the absolute line number, and all relative lines off of that are given their relative value, which is pretty amazing. A little bit tricky for pairing, but you know, if you go to line 5, 4, 3, 2, you have to kind of chase your pair. But I find that that comes up rarely enough and is easily worked around. This is absolutely worth it. So definitely check out relative number if you're not using it now. And that just allows you to target lines in a much more meaningful way. Lastly, visual mode is a smell. I mean this in the programming sense of the term smell. It's an indication that something might not be right. So coming back to the language metaphor, don't use 2 sentences where one will do. With visual mode, you type one change, one operation, one command, which is visually select something, then you make your change. You can usually express that in just a single change operation, a single command. And in fact, by doing 2, you actually break repeatability. So if I'm here on this word and I say BIW, I've now visually selected, it doesn't really show up on the projector, but the word result is highlighted. I say change, type in hello. If I come down to this word result and I hit dot, that doesn't repeat. It's not the same operation. It didn't get that whole thing. Whereas again, change in a word hello, come down here, dot, that does repeat. And it's actually very rare that Vim does not have the expressiveness to target what you're looking at. This is definitely true of lines. If you're using capital V visual mode where you're selecting whole lines, relative numbers got you covered. Absolutely. If you're working within a line and you just don't have another way to express it, then sure, visual mode can be a tool. But again, the word smell feels right to me here. It's an indication that there might be a better way. So be mindful of that. Look at when you're using visual mode and say, wait, could I do this a different way? That's a great way to continually kind of up your game with text objects and the whole Vim language. So now we get into the fun stuff. The Vim language is amazing. What comes out of the box, if you're remoting into a server and you're running with bare Vim, is surprisingly expressive. But it turns out that there are more things that we might want to do. So these are a number of plugins. I'm going to move pretty quickly through them, but I'll give you a quick idea of what each of them do. They all act as the verb in a Vim command, but allow you to do something unique. So we'll start with Surround, T-Pope plugin, as so many are. And Surround lets you delete, change, and add surrounding things. So to demonstrate this, if I have this quoted text here, I can delete surrounding, ds quote. ds is delete surrounding, that's the operation. Double quote is what I'm targeting, that's my object, if you will. I can also change surrounding, cf.
So today we're going to take a look at a Vim plugin called Vim Surround, which is basically a plugin that will make it so it's easier to change what actually surrounds a block of text or what surrounds a line of text. So you'll see what I mean when we actually get into it, but I think it's a pretty cool plugin. And before we get into it though, I'm well aware that you can do this without plugins. Before anyone says that you could do this without a plugin, I know 99% of plugins are like that, but this just makes it so it's a bit easier to do it. So if you're new to the channel, you know what to do, and let's jump right. right into it. So first up, let's just have a look at the actual GitHub page for Vim Surround. So this is by a guy called T-Pope. This guy religiously makes Vim plugins. There's so many this guy has made. Half of them completely useless, but this is one of the ones that I think is actually really cool. So here's one of the examples. So say you want to do something like you have this bit of text that says hello world, and you want to change it from using these sort of quotes to the other ones, the apostrophes. So you want to change it from quote marks to apostrophes. So with this, you can press CS, so change surround, quotes to apostrophes. So you'll see what I mean with a bit of the other stuff, but I think is really, really cool. And it gets really, really useful for one thing, and that one thing is for tags. Now, I've talked about it before, but tags, there's not really a good way to change tags with Vim. There's a lot of plugins that sort of work, and they work really, really well with HTML and with XML, and then completely stop working with JSX. So it's all well and good if you're just writing HTML or you're just writing XML, but I'm doing React stuff most of the time, or I'm doing, actually Angular's fine because Angular's in an actual HTML file, but when I'm doing React, I still want to have those easy ways to actually change the tags, and for some reason, I haven't run into a plugin that actually works properly. This one, though, because it's not reliant on the actual file type, this one works really well. So let's just have a look at how to install it, and then just play around with it a little bit. So, obviously, you can install it however you want to. I'm just installing it with Vimplug. So plug, then apostrophes, then the actual link or the name of the person who made the repo, and then the actual name of the repo. So if you've used Vimplug before, that's how you do it. If you want to do it manually, there I believe are installation instructions on here, maybe somewhere. Yeah, if you want to do it manually, go right ahead. Or if you're like me, as I showed earlier, just use whatever your favorite plugin manager is. Now, I don't want to spend any more time on this. Let's actually have a look at how this works. So I've got this bit of test text right here. It's just garbage text. It doesn't really matter too much what it is. So let's say we wanted to change these apostrophes into quote marks. How would we do that? Let's just bring up screen key so it's a bit easier to see what I'm doing. Screen key. So if I was to do something like CS, so that's change surround, I want to change these surrounding apostrophes into quote marks. So as we can see, that's now changed it to quotes. So you can do other things, like you can change them to curly braces, for example. So change surrounding quotes to curly braces. Now, if you do the left and the right curly brace, they actually do something different. So, as we saw, that puts a space there, but if we don't want the space, we can go change surrounding quotes to the other curly brace, the right side of it, and that won't add a space there. So, it's the same for all of the other sorts of brackets as well. So, change surrounding curly brace to square brackets. Or you can then do the other side, obviously, change surrounding curly braces to square brackets, and that doesn't add the space. So you can do that with normal brackets. You've got curly braces, you've got braces, square brackets, and regular brackets. I don't actually know what the official names for them are, but the point stands that you can, I did that wrong. The point stands is that you can change them like this. It's very, very simple. There's really nothing too complicated about this. So the same holds true with changing any of these ones as well. And the interesting one I mentioned was with tags. So let's just get to tags first. So what if we want to change these quote marks into tags? So we can go change surrounding quote marks to tag. So if we press T, that then brings up a little prompt down the bottom here, which adds a little less than sign, less than, greater. Why can't I ever remember what that's called? Anyway, whatever that sign's called. So the start of a tag, and we can say we want to change that to P, and then if we press enter, or we press the closing tag, then what we'll see is it'll actually automatically put the tags in there. So that is really cool. So if we want to change this tag, so change surrounding tag to quote marks, that works like we'd expect. And you can also do things like, let's go back to the tags. You can go change surrounding tags to tag. So this will give you the ability to actually change it to a different tag. So let's say you want to change it to a div. Now, obviously, it doesn't have to be a real tag, and this is why it's actually useful for working. It doesn't actually change it to a different tag. So let's say you want to change it to a div. Now, obviously, it doesn't have to be a real tag, and this is why it's actually useful for working with JSX, because with JSX, if you don't know, that's basically, you make classes to make tags, basically. So with this, you could do something like change surrounding tag to another tag, and you want to change it to something like, I don't know, you've got a thing for video player. So that's something you might have if you're working with React. And that is really, really cool, because one of the problems you really have when you're working with tags is it's very, very difficult to actually rename tags. So, as I said earlier, it works flawlessly in HTML, but for some reason it just doesn't work properly in those JSX files. So I didn't get to actually adding surrounds, but let's do that with the first block before we actually get to deleting it. So let's say we wanted to change this one. So I believe you start that with Y, if I'm not mistaken. So yes. So you want to go Y. Actually, I don't remember why it is like this. We'll start that again just so you can see all of it. So it is YSIW. So Y surrounding in word, and change that to quotes. So YSI. IW quote, or you could do, say, YSIW bracket, or YSIW curly brace without the space. I'm not sure why it starts with Y. Someone could probably tell me that. I don't know if that's keeping in line with some sort of Vim styling, or if that's just a thing to make sure there's a different different leader character. Someone probably knows. It's probably the leader character thing, though. So what if you wanted to... Okay, you could also do it with tags. We'll do that one first as well. So YSIW, and then change that to tag, and then we could change that to bold, or just write out B. So now it's got a bold tag around it, and now you can work with this with the other commands we showed earlier. So you could change this tag, so change surrounding tag to quote, and that works as you would expect. It's a very, very consistently working plugin. So the other thing you can do is you might want to delete a tag, or sorry, I keep saying tag. You might want to delete a thing that surrounds. So you could go delete surrounding quotes, delete surrounding tags, or you want to do delete surrounding brackets. So as you can see, it keeps within a very, very consistent working style. So you don't have to learn some weird sort of stuff. If you know Vim, you can probably get used to using these key presses very, very quickly. I know that for me, it didn't take me any time at all. And I'm not really that good at Vim. I'm kind of just a little okay with it. But I got used to using these incredibly quickly. So you don't just have to add one set of surrounds. So if you wanted to do something like, say, YSIW, sorry, I did that wrong somewhere, YSIW, and then add quotes, you can add some sort of second surrounding thing for this. So YSIW and then brackets. And now you've got quotes on the outside, and then you've got brackets, a space, and then the actual content. So if you want to then delete this, you would go delete DS quotes, or you could go DS bracket. It doesn't matter which order you do it in, it's going to work the exact same way. So you don't have to then also remember an order to delete it in, which is really nice, because if you did have to remember an order, it kind of would get a little bit confusing from time to time. So I don't know how I forgot about this one, but there's one other thing that I want to show you before we actually get to what you can do in visual mode. So let's say you wanted to add quotes around something, just add it to the entire line basically. So obviously you could do visual mode to do this, but the visual mode version is a little bit different and it works differently. But if let's say we wanted to just add quotes around this entire line. So what we could do is go the way I remember it is Y special surround and then what you want to add to it. So say Y special surround and then quotes. So you write YSS and then what you want to add. So you could do that with YSS tag and then add a bold tag around it, or you want to add YSS brackets or the other brackets, so YSS and then brackets without a space. So if you want to add it around an entire line, it's YSS. If you just want to add it around one thing, you could do YSIW and then what you want to do. So that's how you remember that. So you've got around the entire line and you've just got in one word. Now the other thing you can do is do this within visual mode. So if you highlight the entire line and you go, what is it? I don't remember this one. I don't use this one too much. Where is it? Press capital V for line-wise visual mode and then press S. Okay, so we can press... So let's just start that again then. We can go visual mode, press capital S, and then we can say add a tag. So now we'll add a tag around the entire thing. So let's say we wanted to add a bold tag. So that actually now adds a bold tag around the entire line. But you don't just have to use that with tags, that'll work with all of the other objects we saw before. So you could go surround the entire line with visual mode, go S, and then do something like quotes. Now this is why I said it's a little bit different. So this one is kind of intended to work with tags, but you could do this for, a lot of languages will support a really long style of doing strings like this. So you have a multi-line string, instead of having to do like \n, it'll let you do a multi-line string like this, and then it'll automatically put in the \n's for you. So I know that Shell script does this. I know like Python and stuff do this. So I presume a lot of other languages do as well. But yeah, that's pretty much everything this plugin does. The one thing I don't think works properly is if you try to remove these. So I just tested this bit off camera and it's the exact same bindings we had before. I was just thinking a bit too much about it. So we can just go change surrounding tags to quotes, for example, or change surrounding tags to tag and change it to like a P class equals important. And there we go. So I was thinking a bit too much about it. So the exact same bindings we had before. So just change surrounding tags or change surrounding quotes. So let's just go through one more example. Change surrounding tags to apostrophe. Or maybe change surrounding apostrophe to bracket. Now, I did test this off camera and it didn't work. Now, I'm not really sure why, because it will work if you're going from a tag state. Now, I guess maybe across multiple lines, it's not perfect. And I can understand that because it's going to be very difficult when you're going across multiple lines to do the replacements properly. I can understand why it works with a tag and not with other things, because with a tag, you have a known start and a known end. With a quote, you can kind of get confused very easily. If you start a quote at one point, where exactly does the quote end, especially if there's multiple quotes along the way? So I can see why it doesn't work properly. Now, one thing I didn't realize you could do, let's just delete these ones. I don't know why I did it like that. You can delete the tags like we saw before. So you could go delete surrounding tags. Delete surrounding tags. It didn't work because I pressed the wrong key. That's what happened. So just DST will let you delete those tags. So DST. Now, what I wanted to show you was you don't actually have to use regular surrounding things. If you don't, though, it's going to be a problem sometimes. So if you wanted to do something like YSIW to 9, you can surround it with a 9 if you want to. Obviously, when you get into realms like this, you're going to come in. You can surround it with a 9 if you want to. Obviously, when you get into realms like this, you're going to come into places where it's going to break a little bit. So change surrounding 9s to... Yeah, okay, there we go. That didn't work, because I guess the change surrounding doesn't work properly, so you can't go change surrounding 9s to quotes, because I guess it doesn't really check for those, and I understand why as well for that one, because normally you're not going to use 9s to surround something. So it's going to be very difficult. It's even more difficult than using quotes and stuff like that, because at least quotes you're not using frequently. When you get into the realms of other characters, they can just appear at random other points in the sentence. So it makes sense why you wouldn't want to do it like that. But it is cool that you could do it. I'm not really sure why. That's probably not even intended functionality. I don't think you should even be able to surround something with just a random character. So I think you can just use random other things as well, like O. No? Did numbers work and letters not? YSIW 8. Okay, that works. YSIWL. Okay, so numbers work for surround, but letters don't. I really feel like that's not even intended behavior at that point. I feel like you shouldn't be able to surround it with anything but the normal sort of special characters. So I didn't show everything, but the other sort of special characters I believe also work. So if you want to do like YSIW asterisks, that works, or YSIW ampersands, all of the special characters seem to work. I don't know if there's any exceptions. There probably are some exceptions at some point, but everything that you're going to want to use does work. So that's really all that matters. So YSI pipes, that works as well. Even though you're probably not going to use that, I don't know if there's a language that has a meaning for surrounding pipes, but the nice thing is that it does support all of these things, even if there aren't any languages that support them, which makes it really, really flexible just in case something pops up that does. So occasionally I'll download plugins and random programs to test for the channel, and they're not really things that I run on a daily basis.
The Vim language is amazing. What comes out of the box, if you're remoting into a server and you're running with bare Vim, is surprisingly expressive. But it turns out that there are more things that we might want to do. So these are a number of plugins. I'm going to move pretty quickly through them, but I'll give you a quick idea of what each of them do. They all act as the verb in a Vim command, but allow you to do something unique. So we'll start with Surround, T-Pope plugin, as so many are. And Surround lets you delete, change, and add surrounding things. So to demonstrate this, if I have this quoted text here, I can delete surrounding ds quote. ds is delete surrounding, that's the operation. Double quote is what I'm targeting, that's my object, if you will. I can also change surrounding, cs. cs double quote, single quote. So change surrounding, target the double quotes, change them into single quotes. I can even add surrounding. So if I come up here to the word result, ys, there's no good way to say add a surrounding. YSIW, double quote. Surround the inner word with double quotes. And again, because of all of the magic of Vim and repeat.vim, this is repeatable. I can move somewhere else and I can repeat that operation of adding a surrounding character, which is pretty magical. This even works with tags. So here I'm inside of a p tag. Say I wanted to change that to an h2. Change surrounding tag, h2, and there we go. Which, again, blew my mind. Tag, h2, and there we go. I wanted to change that to an h2. Change surrounding tag, h2, and there we go. Which, again, blew my mind. T-Pope, you do some good work. So that's surround.vim. Next we have commentary, another T-Pope original. This one is for commenting out content. So here we're in a Ruby file. Comments in Ruby are denoted with a hash sign at the beginning of the line. So I could type that in, but that's not fun. So CML comments over the given line. L just means to the left, but because a comment is a line-wise operation, comment out this whole thing. I can also go down, so to say CMJ, that targets down a line. I can target the entire paragraph, CMIP. So this gives me an operation to comment things. And it also works in reverse. So CMIP there will uncomment. So I can toggle comments on and off, again, with that same expressive language that Vim gives us for everything else. Replace with register. If I were to copy the word, so yank inner word to get that word into my clipboard, I now have the word result, and I want to change the word calculate into result, and I happen to be in the middle of it. Typically, the way you would do this is VIW to visually select the word and then paste. But that's boring and not repeatable and not expressive enough. So there is a plugin called Replace with Register that uses GR, go replace. There's only so many keys, so we have to get fancy with some of these. GRIW will replace the inner word. And that, again, is repeatable in the same way that anything else is. This also can work with a given register. So Vim has lots of clipboards, and you can say, use this clipboard or that clipboard or that clipboard. So again, it expands that language even further. Next, actually a few that I've built up, because this is something, again, that I've been really getting into within Vim. So here I'm inside of a string. Say I wanted to title case, so capitalize the first letter of all of the words. I can say GTI single quote, and I can now title case inside of that string. I can do the same thing for, let's see, the whole paragraph. Why not? Nope. Not total GT. Here we go. Leader GTIP, that capitalizes the whole paragraph. This is especially useful in prose. I read a lot of Markdown, so title casing a line works out really well for me. Less useful on a Ruby paragraph, but you get the idea. Next, sort motion. This is one for sorting contents. This is especially useful in something like a gem file. If your company says we should keep everything in alphabetical order, that's really tedious to do by hand. Vim does have a sort operation that you can use on a visual selection, but again, I don't want to use a visual selection. So here I've mapped this to GS, go sort. GSIP will sort the inner paragraph. So that actually, you can see what it's doing there. So it's taking them all and sorting them into alphabetical order. Very useful for things like gem files or other require statements or anything that you want to keep in alphabetical order. And last, system copy. I like to keep my Vim and system clipboards separate. Some people connect them, but I find that gets really noisy, especially because I actually use a utility here which keeps track of my clipboard, the last 50 entries, and I make use of that pretty extensively. So if everything I copied or deleted in Vim went into that, it would just destroy this history. But now that means I have an operation, CP in my case, for copy, and I can target anything. So CPI single quotes will put can strong parameters there into my clipboard, or CPIP for copy inside this paragraph. And now I have everything from there inside of my clipboard. So again, just giving me that same expressive language for operations that wouldn't have it otherwise. Again, these are all plugins that are linked here, and I'll have the show notes available. Show notes, the talk notes, that's what this is. So similar to the verbs, you can actually make custom nouns, custom text objects. These are a few that I actually happen to use, and we'll see a few more in a minute. But again, just to give a quick summary of what these are. The first is indent. So if I jump down here into one of these groups, I don't really have a good way to target these lines. If I happen to be at the top, it's very easy using relative number to target them. But what if I'm in the middle? I can certainly see a distinct body of text there, but I can't describe it to Vim, at least not before the indent text object. So that is II, and I can use it with any of those changes that I talked about before. So CMII will comment the inner indent. And again, this has the same wonderful repeatability. Well, something went interesting there, but it did repeat it. So I can repeat that across. And similar to inner indent, I can also have an indent, which is basically any text at the same indentation delimited by a greater indentation. So here, if they happen to be separated by new lines, I can still say CMAI, and that will comment out all of them. And again, I can delete those, I can change those, I can indent, I can dedent, I can target them and do anything I want to them. So that's pretty exciting. Entire, target them and do anything I want to them. I can change those, I can indent, that's pretty exciting. Entire, this one comes up surprisingly often for me. I just want to target the whole document. I want to operate on the entire document. So for instance, CMAE, comment an entire thing. DAE,
So a lot of code editors provide a way to show an indent line which marks what code is actually contained inside of each indented block. Now, inside of languages like, say, Java, C, C++, JavaScript, this is sort of just aesthetic because those languages are bracket-based, but if you're working with something indent-based like, say, Python, this can actually be incredibly useful. So today we're looking at a plugin called Indent Line, which basically adds whether you like Vim, hate it, or think it is the greatest text editor of all time and try to bring its functionality into every other program you use, if you've used a Unix-like system in the past 30 or so years, you've probably interacted with Vim in one way or another, and the history of Vim is intrinsically tied with some of the earliest text editors available on Unix. By now, you've probably heard that the BDFL of Vim, Bram Molinar, died at the age of 62. Last year, he did have some health scares, and a lot of people got really worried about what was going to happen to him, but nobody wants to see someone so beloved that so many people rely on every single day die at such a young age. I had a long think about how I'm going to address this topic because I knew people were going to ask me to talk about it. I just wanted to do it in a way that felt respectful, and
I'm a big fan of VS Code and have been using the Vim extension with it. But lately I've noticed, specifically in large TypeScript projects, that it's been really laggy and really slow. And the Vim emulation is kind of just meh overall. So what I wanted to try to figure out is if I could set up Vim in a way that used some of my favorite VS Code features. And so what I did is over the past 3 days or so, I've tried configuring Vim to use some of VS Code's features. Now it doesn't cover all of them. I selectively picked some of the most important ones to me. So I'm going to be showing you this setup that I got working that I'm actually pretty happy with. and I'll show you everything that I installed and how I set it up. And I'm going to be walking through that here. If you'd prefer just to see the end results and look at the dot files for this, I'll put in the description the configuration file for Vim. All right, so to start off with, what I decided was to go with NeoVim over Vim. That seems just or at least Vim 8. That seems to be the way to go. Back and forth between Notion, where I have some notes of kind of what I set up. Over here, look at that. I have basically the keys and Control B to switch back and forth. All right, so this is the start of my configuration file where I just declare all the plugins. So this is what Vimplug does, or how the syntax for it works. And here you can see these are each plugins that I have added. Now the most important one to get started with, to start getting some of the VS Code features, is this one called Conqueror of Completion, or just COC, .nvim. So I have him added right here. And once you install this guy, he's pretty neat. So let's hop on over to the code and I can show you some of the stuff we can get with this. So you can see right here I'm importing a function called create tokens. Just going to delete that. And then I'm going to start typing, and you'll notice I'm getting some auto completion here. So this is thanks to that particular plugin. And I can also see on the right over here some definition of, for example, that this is a prompt, it returns a promise, this create connection function. So it's integrating nicely with TypeScript too. But anyway, I can type my create tokens and I can hit enter. You're going to see it finishes the word for me. It also automatically imports it, which is super sweet. And you can see here, I can see just definition as well, that it takes a user as a parameter. So I can pass in a user whatever I want. So this detection, also we can see right here that a little pop-up telling me that I don't have user defined. So this is all using that particular plugin. Now how this plugin works is you actually need to get a language server, or it's running a language server in the background. And if I just search him, we can hop over here. We'll talk about Prettier in a second. These are the extensions that I'm using with it. So you install that base plugin and then it comes with other extensions that you can add into it. So I here have a JSON configuration, Prettier, ESLint, TypeScript server, pairs, and snippets. Pairs, this is it's going to complete my my parenthesis. Snippets, I'll show that real quick. Is, for example, if I do CL, you can see this is a custom snippet I did to do console log. And how I did that is if I say, actually forget what the command for this is. I think I have it right here. Yeah. Let's copy this. Oops. So if I run this command here, install snippets. Actually, I don't want to install it. I want to run this one. That command that I just ran there is how you can individually install extensions. The one that I want is this one right here. So this is the edit snippets.
Hey, I have this problem, okay? I have several problems, but my primary problem today is that I hate using Cheat Sheet. Not because Cheat Sheet's bad, but because I just have a sucky workflow. Like when I want to do it, you know what I do? I open up a new terminal, I go in here and I curl Cheat Sheet, and then I have to leave the terminal, then jump back, or I create a new Tmux window and then I jump in here, and then that's where I do my little curl and do that, and then it shows up, okay? And then I have to jump back. I got to go back to 1 this time. And then I have this window that's just hanging out there. I don't want that window hanging out there. That sucks. No, I don't want that. So we're going to fix that, okay? Me and you together. Let's fix it, because you know what? I want the greatest developer workflow that has ever existed, okay? I want every...
might remember me from such classics as the General Assembly Web Development Immersive Program, their SQL Bootcamp. I'm a tech industry wanderer. I've done a little bit of everything. I've been programming for countless millennia, around 20 years, I think. I have gone from writing code for Fortune 500s and independent game developers to more recently education, classroom teaching, project management. I love Vim. It's not easy to use. I love Vim anyway. So I wanted to put together this talk because, well, here. So let me skip to this first. So the goals of this talk are not to hate on plugins or get people to stop using them. The goals of this talk are to increase the understanding of Vim and to offer options. Because if you don't know something's out there, then how do you know if you should even look into it, right? I firmly believe that understanding our tools is one of the most important and kind of overlooked priorities for a lot of technology, not just development, but like life in general. Understanding the thing that you're working with, it does a lot. And I think that especially nowadays with the emphasis on like these fast boot camps that get you into the world in like 3 months or 2 weeks, it can be really easy to lose track of what it is you're actually trying to do and figure out. And I think that if you find a balance between, sure, get a plugin going, let it do stuff for you, don't worry about it, and take a little while to dive in to your tool that you already have, which is Vim, and look around and figure out what's going on, that's where you really get into powerful programming and incredibly fast and efficient work. And that's good for everybody. So here's what we're going to go through. Oh, just one more note before I dive in on how to follow along. This is a terminal screen, which will remain on screen for hopefully the entire talk. I'm using a little terminal window manager sort of thing called Tmux. And what you're seeing down here, you can just think of this as like a tab list. So if this one's dark, that means I'm on this tab. If this one's dark, that means I'm in the tab where I've configured my Vim specially. And here's where I have a vanilla Vim. So I'm going to be switching back and forth a lot. And the reason will be I'm going to show how to configure Vim to do the stuff that plugins can do, what it looks like when you haven't done that, and what it looks like once you have configured it. And I have also built the slides out of a vimrc file. I've never presented this way before, but it seemed kind of cool. So if we're lucky, it'll completely fall apart, and you'll get to see me wing it. Okay. Yes. Good looking out. So first, I'm going to be talking about fuzzy file search. This is a really cool one that requires very little configuration and lets you go really, really fast. There are several plugins for this, like Command T, Command P, Fuzzy Find. They all do pretty similar stuff, but you can get a surprising amount of mileage out of just Vim. After that, I'll do tag jumping. Tags, if you're not familiar with the concept, is like anything that's important to your programming language. So if you make a class called abstract, then abstract is a tag. And if you use it someplace else, you might want to be able to jump to it really quickly without having to dive down and figure out exactly what file it's in. There are plugins for this too. I forget all of their names, but Vim can do it out of the box. Almost. Next, autocomplete, everyone's favorite. There's plenty of options for autocomplete in Vim. In many of these situations, I actually have come to use plugins instead. Let's see, for file browsing, even I use a nerd tree now, and I don't use a lot of plugins. But autocomplete is one of those things where I see a ton of plugins for, and it just surprises me because Vim can do so much just by itself. So that'll be a really fun one. After that, I will do file browsing with Vim's cantankerous but functional built-in file browser called netrw. We'll go into snippets, which will be a pretty quick one. And finally, if we have some time, I'll talk about build integration, which is when you want to run your tests and get immediate output or be able to jump between all the errors that happen. Vim can do that too. It's quite cool. Okay, so before I get started, does anyone have any questions about anything on the list? Anything super surprising to you? Cool. I always like to check. So this is, again, in the form of a vimrc file. In practice, you can go to the GitHub repo and just copy-paste the lines that you're interested in to yours. These are the only global configuration changes necessary to make this stuff work. No compatible just tells Vim to not bother pretending to be its predecessor, Vi. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce the one without the M. But Vi's super old, and by default, Vim tries to act like it because it assumes that you've been doing this for 50 years and you fear change. Sorry if I just offended anybody. Sorry, not sorry. So after that, just syntax enable to allow some nice colors on the screen for us. And finally, file type plugin on, kind of cheating a little bit. The feature that's built into Vim that uses for file browsing, technically it's a plugin, but it comes with Vim, so I kind of don't think of it as one. You could probably have a really long debate on that, but I'm not going to do that. So first, let's talk about finding files. Now, the interesting thing about this is there is no Vim feature that's called like fuzzy file finder. It's kind of just this accident of various other features that it has bumping into each other in just the right ways that you can do all the things that I'm about to do. And it all starts with this one humble option. If you're not familiar with Vim configuration syntax or Vim in general, I'm just going to do a really quick, like, one-sentence pitch on it. Set is a command that changes a built-in configuration variable, such as path. And plus equals means append it to the existing value of path, because there's a default. And 2 stars means something very important. Now, one of the things I'm going to be doing occasionally in this talk is jumping to the Vim help system, which is actually one of the most complex but really thorough and nicely built help systems that I think exists. You can read pretty much anything by, you can figure out pretty much anything by reading through these, and a lot of the stuff that I'm going to show today are things that I found just by stumbling on them in the documentation. I mean, it's kind of a shame that you have to read the documentation for fun to figure some of this stuff out, but hey, that's why I'm giving the talk. So this is a list of directories which will be searched when using any of these commands. So these are all file-related commands. And down deep in the depths of this documentation, they actually explain what star does, but I'm having trouble remembering where it is, so I'm just going to tell you what it does. Star tells it to, when you look for a file, search through every subdirectory, and search through every subdirectory of every subdirectory. And so this is what my folder structure looks like right now. So this is a project that I have had on the back burner for a while. It's a little a text-based game, the server side. And I have this deeply nested file here, like tcp.rb. And I'm going to be running Vim in this folder. There are a lot of tips and tricks and tweaks that suggest adding something to your configuration so that your current folder follows whichever file you're looking at. Like if you're looking at tcp.rb, then Vim's folder gets switched here. But I never do that, because if you leave your Vim's active directory at the root of your project, then it can do these special recursive searches, such as with the star in your path, and it can reach into all the different files and folders that you have. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. First, if I go to my vanilla Vim instance and I try to find that file, say find tcp.rb. Oh, I guess I loaded in the real one, sorry. There we go. Oh, that's not how you do it anymore. Okay, screw the vanilla one. So you'll have to trust that that doesn't work if you don't set the path. But I'm going to do a little sanity check and make sure that the variable looks the way I expect. So we can see here are all the defaults. Mysteriously, someone added nothing a couple times, but here's the 2 asterisks that I put in. Software. So here's the thing. Not only can I find tcp.rb, can I please just like get it to do the thing? There we go. Find tcp.rb. So I just jumped immediately to that file, even though it was not in my current working directory. What's great about this as well is if I say find TCP and tab, it will complete that for me. So once again, that's TCP tab. It found it way down in the folder structure. You can also use basic pattern recognition like star CP. I think this should work. There you go. So if you want star CP. I think this should work. There you go. So if you want to make it fuzzy, you just put a star. You can put it at the beginning or the end, and you're good to go. So hopefully this is a nice start to sort of the big splash of using Vim without plugins. This does, I'm not crazy, right? Like this is like most of what a lot of fuzzy finders do, right? Okay. I think it's really cool that Vim can just do that. It's sort of a shame that it's, I mean, I don't understand really why that's not default behavior, because that's really useful, but who knows? The other thing I changed was this thing called wild menu. And basically, when you look for a file and it has several, there's several different things that could match. Like let's say I just want to look for all the RB files. So I'm going to say find star.rb. Now when I hit tab, it's actually going to put all of the possible RB files it can find, and I can just sort through them with Shift Tab and Tab, and I can just pick the one that I want. So you can configure this wild menu thing a number of different ways, but just by activating it by default, you get that neat little menu thing here. And that gives you just pretty much like a biggest bang for your buck, I think, in terms of fuzzy file finding compared to those plugins. One other thing to consider, if you already have a file open, and that means essentially in Vim if you've ever opened the file, you can type this command ls, and it will give you a list of what Vim calls buffers, which are basically just files it's holding in memory that you may or may not be currently looking at. So if I open up another file, for example, what's a good file? I'll open up world.rb. That sounds pretty interesting. So I have these two files open now, and if I type ls, here they both are. The important thing about this is that if you already have a file open like this, you can jump to it just by typing :b space and typing in a unique subset of its file name. So I can just say btcp. I don't have to hit tab. I don't have to do anything. But if you give the b command a what's the programmery term? A substring that is unique to one of the files you have open, it'll just jump to it right away. And if it's not unique, it'll tell you more than one match. And in that case, you can just do the tab complete thing, and it will scroll through suggestions for you. So between find and the buffer command, b is short for buffer, you can do a whole lot with navigation without really needing any other dependencies. And that's super cool. Any questions about this one? Yeah?
Is there any way to find and ignore certain file types or directories?
So the question was, is there a way to ignore certain files or file types? That's a great question. Off the top of my head, I don't know. I bet that somewhere in the bowels of the find man page, it might explain. Good question, though. Any others before I move on? Yep. And then you?
Is the tab always showing the co-recursive search, or is it so that when you tab through that?
I'm not sure what you're asking just yet.
To open the file, opening the file is always recursive if you give it the star star?
Yes. So the question was, is the find always recursive? And the star star is in the actual path variable. So like, I don't have to type it in again ever. The only time I might type an asterisk is going to be if I want to find some file that I have open, or some file that I haven't opened yet, based on part of its name. So like, if I wanted to open up a spec, then I might say star spec. But this asterisk and these two asterisks are doing very different things. This one is very specific to like this one search that I'm running right now. I'm saying find any file that starts with, or that ends with spec. And hitting tab there, that'll scroll through. And this search is always recursive because of those two asterisks. Yeah. So the path command configures how all the file-based commands work.
There's no way to limit it down to a specific folder per se?
There is, but you'd have to probably mess with the path variable, or you would have to specifically type it into your search. So I might say find, let's see, what folder was that in? I might say find lib tela star.rb. And so now I've explicitly told this search to say only show me things in that folder. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And I think there was one more, possibly?
Yeah, that partially addressed it, but just to confirm, so the star means you're only going too deep.
The, like, too many folders deep?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you do have a ton of folders, then you might find a slowdown. But I think you'd probably have to have quite a few. Because I've used this on some pretty hairy projects, and it's only the, like, 20-year-old, 20 million line code base situations where it actually starts to chug. So it's pretty impressively fast in my experience. Is that what you were thinking
More or
about?
less,
Yeah, okay. I think I saw some other questions possibly, but I do want to keep moving along. If we have time at the end, I'll be happy to cover some more though. Okay, oh, that's not where I have my slides. So next up is tag jumping. This one requires an extra tool called ctags. So once again, a tag is any interesting word or collection of alphanumerics that you might want to navigate to or find quickly. If I'm moving through my code base like this, and let's see, what's a good tag that I defined myself? Oh, this is all deep stuff that has no dependency that I made. All right, here we go. So let's say I'm looking through my code base and I see this thing called exit, and I want to know what that is. Where is it defined? What does it do? What's the source code? If you are unable to jump and navigate by tags, then there isn't really an easy way of doing this besides like changing over to your terminal and grepping for it or using some kind of IDE feature. The tool that I'm going to be using is called ctags. It, I think, exists by default on every modern GNU Linux system. You have to brew install it or find it some other way on OS X. If anyone is unfamiliar with Brew or Homebrew, just let me know afterwards and I'll help you get set up. The exclamation point causes this to run as a shell command. So I'm asking Vim, when I type in make tags, just pretend I typed this into the console. So for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to type it into the console myself. So ctags -R, which means recursive. This is effectively the ctags version of that ***. It just means drill down into all possible folders and dot. And in classic Unix style, no news means good news. If I look at ls now, I have a file that was not there before called tags. And it is a super fugly, confusing list of stuff that it found. But here's what it lets you do. Now that there's a file called tags in the current directory, Vim is configured to automatically look at that specific file name. At least I think that's the default. Okay, so this is its list of places to look for tags. Basically, it wants to be able to track down your source code or any reference that you use anywhere. But the one that we're interested in now is .tags, because that's for the current code base. And what I'm going to do now is hit Control right square bracket. And it jumped immediately. I used to have a thing. Oh, that's right. I emptied out the RC file, so now it's not displaying the name of the file at the bottom. That kind of sucks. Let's cheat, and I think this is how you get the current file name. Yes! I can't believe I got that on the first try. I'm so happy! I get the current file name. Yes! I can't believe I got that on the first try. I'm so happy. I always have to look up what expand does. So now we're in world.rb. Where were we a second ago? I don't know. Okay, so we didn't jump to a different file. Not that exciting. But it did automatically bring us to the definition of that tag. And you, I'm sure, can trust that it would do that if I, type that on something in a different file. The other interesting thing is, if you have an ambiguous tag, a tag that's defined in more than one place, Vim still has your back. You can prepend that command with G. G is like the weird filler prefix. All the commands that do something slightly different have a G in front of them. It's really weird. But if I say, so if I do a control right bracket, it brings me to this exact line. You can see my cursor jump. And it's kind of saying, okay, if you want to find initialize, it's right there. But if I prepend that key press with G, I get a list of every instance of initialize being defined in my entire code base, which is super cool.
So that's like a global thing.
Yes. Right? Yeah. And you can configure this to look just at the code base I'm using now, across my entire computer. If you're truly devoted, I haven't stayed up late enough to do this yet, but you could conceivably configure it to know exactly which version of Ruby you're using and which bundle you're using and how to look at exactly the docs for the gem that you want. Man, that'd be cool. Someone please write a plugin for that. So yeah, in this case, I could just pick one of the numbers and say, oh, this one's in, they're all in world. My code base is very boring. There we go. I want to jump to the TCP server, so I can just say 7. Can I just say 7? There we go. Type number. And now I'm at the initialize method, way over in my TCP file. So super cool. Not a lot of configuration required. Chances are C tags will be a little ornery depending on how your system is set up. I think that sometime in the distant past I set some kind of RC file that made it easy to run and just use that one flag, but hopefully it'll work out of the box for you too. It's a pretty neat program, and Vim just knows how to read those files, so you can do quite a lot. The only other thing to cover on this is that you can actually jump back through the tags. So if you go on a hunt, if you're drilling down layer by layer and trying to figure out exactly what's going on. So I'm going to give an example here. So tele.rb. If I say, okay, I guess I want to start with this world file, and then I'm going to go down and I'm learning about the code base, and I don't know what exit is, so I'm going to go check that out. And then I don't know what a destination is, so I'm going to see if that was defined anywhere. Okay, it wasn't. But if you do this, you can actually hit Control T, and every time you press it, it will jump back by one more tag. And it looks like it discarded my first jump, which is unfortunate, at bottom of tag step. But if you have any experience at all with like big code bases that have like millions of dependencies deep, the Control T feature is a really nice one because you can start someplace, drill down and figure out what code is doing the thing that you want to understand, and then just hammer on Control T until you get back to where you started. Very convenient. Okay, any questions about this one? Yeah?
classes?
That's a great question. I don't know off the top of my head. I bet it does by now. I bet someone's written some like CTags CSS plugin. That one actually might be easy to figure out. I think you can just say CTags list languages. So it's in there somewhere. I bet someone out there has done it though. If they haven't, someone probably should. That sounds really convenient. Any other questions about, what are we on, tag jumping? Yeah?
What strategy do you use for keeping tags in sync with your code base? Running make tags repeatedly or right?
I have a very unscientific method for that, which is I just leave it until I try to jump to a tag and it goes someplace I didn't expect. And I go back and rebuild the tags, which actually isn't so bad because CTags actually knows how to progressively update a file, and it will go through and remove non-existent tags and add new ones without you having to mess around with it. So it's actually a surprisingly doable approach. The other way I've seen is to just bind it to your write command. So every time you save a file, it just updates the tags and then saves the file. But that, I don't know. For some reason, I've just never felt good about that one. It's just my spidey sense tingling. I have no idea if it's actually onto something. Good question, though. Other questions before we move on? Cool. All right. Let's see. Where are we in our sequence here? Okay, so let's do autocomplete, and then we can take a break for pizza and hanging out, and then we'll finish out the rest of the night, if that sounds good to everybody. Whoops. I disrupted the delicate balance of movement commands and scroll control. Pay no attention to the margin behind the curtain. Okay, so autocomplete. This is another one with possibly over 600 Skrillion plugins devoted to it. Some of them are very, very cool. The key commands for some of these things are a little weird, but you can also get a lot of functionality out of it. So autocomplete at this point is already configured. It automatically reads from your tags file if one exists. And even if it doesn't, it will automatically check out the file that you're in, and it has some language-specific configuration that allows it to follow dependency chains. So when Vim is looking at a Ruby file, someone actually sat down and wrote code so that it reads the requires at the top, and it'll try and find those files. So the autocomplete functionality in Vim, without any special configuration at all, is already pretty nice, and it's extremely configurable if you decide to start using it that way. Very simplest by default is just Control-N. So if I'm typing something here and I want to do something with the contents variable, I can say @cont and hit Control-N, and it's going to
If Vim makes you faster, then... By the way, you can see some i3 gaps is what this looks like, or probably this might even be something that's like written in Haskell, xmonad, or some nonsense. Let's find out what's going on here. At the end of the day, you have xmonad, you have Arch Linux, you're going all the 10,000 yards to be the most amazing hacker of all time, and boom, you're programming in PHP. So let's do this.
Does Vim make you fast? No. Is Vim particularly good at customization? No.
Emacs. This is Emacs.
Is Vim easy to learn? It's not easy to learn. Does Vim make you look cool? It makes you look this way.
Okay.
It looks fine. I mean, we can force it to look cool. Now, when is it that you look cool? You look cool when the others like you, okay? So if you don't tell them you use Vim, they discover it themselves, and then you tell them, do you want to try it? I can show you a trick if you want to try typing on my computer. This can make you look cool, yes. Now if you lack the social
So I'm talking about NeoVim. I'm going to keep it pretty brief and informal. Feel free to interrupt. All right, so first of all, NeoVim is a fork of Vim from beginning of 2014 approximately. The lead developer is this guy, Thiago de Arruda. He goes by Taruda as an online handle. And he is a contributor to mainline Vim. He's gotten several patches merged.
Great. Hey, everyone. So thanks for having me. Thanks for just being here and listening. I don't speak much, so it's really cool for me and exciting. So I really appreciate that. So I'm going to talk about navigating within a file, primarily in Vim. There's two reasons I want to talk about that. The first is I think that as a beginner and you're learning Vim, thinking back to me, it's really hard to just do anything if you're not comfortable moving around in a file. I remember when I gave up my mouse, I felt really claustrophobic without the scroll wheel. It was pretty easy for me to get to where I wanted to go, but then to see everything I wanted to see was really difficult. Additionally, I have this theory that for sort of more proficient people using Vim, it's really easy to plateau with your knowledge, right? Once you could do what you want to do, you just do it, right? So if you could do it in 3 commands instead of 1, it's good enough, right? So there's no reason to take the 5 minutes and look it up on Google. So I just want to go over sort of a lot of really basic commands. So if you're really great at Vim, maybe you'll know them all, but I have a feeling everyone will learn 1 or 2. So now everyone will have sort of no excuse for not knowing them. My name's Daniel. I work at a small digital events agency. I work primarily in Rails all day, so I'll be working around a .rb file in the demos. If you have any feedback's really great. I really love it. Just tell me after. That would be helpful, or you could always tweet at me. You can find me on Twitter, Common Nighthawk, CMMN. All right, so let's pop over to Vim. So we'll start with a super fun quiz. I'm going to ask a lot of questions, and if people want to just shout out answers, that would be really helpful. And Vim sometimes is tough where I'm typing and you can't see what I'm typing, so just shout out, just interrupt me, and we'll do it again. All right, so let's start with a question. Say I wanted to get the bottom line on the screen to the middle of the screen, and I want my cursor to be there. So I want line 22 to be on the middle of the screen, and that's where I want my cursor to be. Can anyone do that?
Capital LZZ.
Capital LZZ, that's right. Does anyone have another way? I thought of another 3 keystroke command. Shift G, ZZ. So
Yeah, wasn't it bottom of the line?
it's the bottom of the screen, so line 22.
ZH.
So the screen is, sorry, the file's 200 lines long.
What happens if you do Control D?
Control B? I have no idea.
Control D.
Control F. Yo, Control D. Is that what you said?
Control D is half the screen, but Control B or F is a whole screen.
That's right. Yeah, full is a whole screen. So the other way I was thinking about doing it, which we were just getting to, was Control D, Control D, M. So M just to move the cursor after Control D. So if those seem like, obviously some people know how to do it. If they seem a little bit magical, that's okay. We'll get to them in 2 slides, and we'll go over them. Hopefully that'll sort of be motivation for everything. Because, right, you should be able to do that. If you want to get the bottom of the line to the middle of the screen, you can do that really easily in Sublime. So it shouldn't be, something complex to do in Vim. All right, so starting with the most basic commands, line-wise navigations. So I'm sure if you're cool enough to go to a Vim meetup, you know these. So J to go down a line, K to go up a line. You'll notice the screen doesn't move when I do that, but it will when I'm off the screen, which will have some implications later. To get to the bottom of the file, capital G. To get to the top of the file, GG. Obviously, what makes Vim great is with all the commands, you can set a number in front of it. So if I want to get to line 50, 50, GG. All right, so now that was sort of navigating around the file at large, but say we wanted to navigate around a screen. So if I wanted to get to the last line on the screen. Does anyone know how to do that? We covered it before. What's that?
Dollar?
No. So we'll get to that. Dollar is important. It's getting line-wise navigation. So L gets you to the last line on the screen. Capital L, thank you. M, capital M, gets you to the middle line on the screen. And H gets you to the top of the line of the screen. So the mnemonics for that are high, middle, low. So L low, M middle, H high. I think the G commands get sort of all the press. These are super important to know and super useful. And there's really no reason not to know them. Are there any questions about any of this? Cool. To know and super useful. And there's, I think the G command on the screen, and H gets you to the top of the line of the screen. So the mnemonics for that.
بيجي كتب غير اسباس شويه لا البي ان جي زوا ناضي شاد معاك ما زال شي باسي
Gets you to the middle line on the screen, and H gets you to the top of the line of the screen. M, capital M, gets you to the last line on the screen. Line-wise navigation. So L gets you to the last line on the screen. Capital L, thank you. M, capital M, gets you to the middle line on the screen. Capital L, thank you. M, capital M, gets you to the middle line on the screen, and H gets you to the top of the line of the screen. So the mnemonics for that are high, middle, low. So L low, M middle, H high. I think the G commands get sort of all the press. These are super important to know and super useful. And there's really no reason not to know them. Are there any questions about any of this? Cool. So now we'll go over shifting around on the screen, which was something that these commands were really helpful to me. I don't know why they're not VimTutor or more publicized, but they're really important. All right, so say I get down, so let's say I want to work on the apricot method. I search for it, and now I'm on it, but it's on the bottom of the screen, which is pretty inconvenient. So if I want to center that, I hit ZZ to get it to the middle of the screen. That's a command I use a lot. I get to where I want to go, and then I center it. I really need to see what's above and below where I'm working. So that one's really helpful. I believe Z dot also works. I have less occasion to use that. So similar commands are ZT, puts your current line on the top of the screen, which is really great. A lot of times, you'll search for private and then ZT, see everything below it. ZB gets the line you're working on to the bottom of the screen. I think that's less of a use case, but probably good to know all three. All right, so say I'm working on this apricot method, but now I want to shift the screen down one line or two lines, but I want to keep the cursor where it is. Does anyone know how to do that? That's right, Control E. So when I was first learning, I'd go down J and then back J, and that sucks, right? So Control E will do exactly what we want to do, and Control Y is the inverse of that. I think of E standing for end, gets you to the end a little bit. I don't know what Y stands for. E standing for end gets you. to the end a little bit. I don't know what Y stands for.
Control E also takes account, so you can say for Control E to jump down the whole line to keep the cursor in the same spot.
That's right, they both take account. So right, 10 Control E does what we want to do. Those are really helpful for one-offs and when you get to the method and the last line of the method just isn't on the screen. All right, so if we want to jump by things bigger than that, we could use Control D will take us down half a screen at a time. You'll see that no matter what, the cursor moves. So even if there's enough room for the cursor not to move, Control D moves the screen down half and moves the cursor down that much. D for down, U for up. So Control D and U are great for sort of thumbing through half a screen at a time. And then to make bigger moves, Control F will take you down one full screen at a time, and B for backward. So if you open a file and you don't know exactly where you need to go, but you sort of want to thumb through it similar to the scroll wheel, either Control D or Control F are going to be your best bets. I find these really jarring. I find it not so helpful to follow. So just a quick plug for Smooth Scroll is a plugin I use. It sort of animates it as it goes down so you can keep a little bit better track because I tend to get lost. It just looks like sort of discontinued screens to me. Oh, so the result of our game should now make sense. So I think Mike's first answer was LZZ. So L to take you to the bottom of the screen, ZZ to center it. And then the other three character thing I came up with was Control D, takes us down half a screen, which is the same as moving the bottom of the screen to the middle of the screen, and then just getting the cursor to where we want. M, we'll put it in the middle. Any questions about moving around the screen? Cool. All right, so now we'll do within a line navigation, which we touched on a little bit. So to get to the beginning of the line, does anyone know? 0, great. To get to the end of the line, $. Perfect. So does anyone know first non-blank character on the line? Carrot. Great. Does anyone know last non-blank character of the line?
There's never a curly question.
But there is. It's G underscore. Yeah, I think caret will solve almost all of your use cases instead of 0. There is. It's G underscore. Yeah, I think caret will solve almost all of your use cases instead of 0. For some reason, 0 seems more popular, so caret's really good to know. Unless for some reason you want to delete indentation, but even then you should do it a better way. There aren't that many use cases for G underscore. Obviously, $sign's great. I've had one a lot where I'll paste in some text from Stack Overflow, and it'll have all these errant white spaces and the spacing's really off. So all of these commands are also really good for writing macros. So I'll write a macro. So there is trailing white space here in this line. So QQ to start a macro, G underscore, then I'll move to the right, and then D $sign to delete to the end of the line. Then I'll move down a line and quit the macro. So if I want to run that back at Q, we'll do it again. And then I could just keep doing that. So that's been really helpful for, when I have 20 lines that come in from Stack Overflow and my Vim file gets really, really slow actually, because it's probably like thousands of white space. I couldn't find a better way to do that. Doing a little research, apparently find and replace is probably a little bit smarter. I think some people in their VimRC have delete all trailing white space when they save their files. But this worked nicely for me, and I didn't know G underscore was a thing for a while, so wanted to share that. So those are all really helpful for writing macros. One thing that you need to consider, right, when you go down a line, a lot of times you'll start a macro with the caret or something to get you to where you want to be before you begin. Because if you write a macro when you're before the thing, then you go down a line, and then you're after the thing, you need to always worry about resetting. But if you use any of these, you don't need to be worried about resetting, right? Because if you're before or after the first line, caret will always get you to the first character in the line. All right, so those were all the navigating within a file. This is just some extra fun stuff. So say I'm all the way down here, but instead of jumping to line 10, I want to get 10% down the file. Does anyone know that command? So it's just n%, so 10% will take you there. What the use cases are, I don't know. I just discovered it, and I was surprised I'd never seen it or heard of it before. Sort of cool, you know where you want to be is like 90% down, and you could just hop there.
Wait, that's an actual command, so you're doing like colon 10%. How are you doing it?
It's just n followed by percent, so without anything preceding it. Yeah, so like instead of GG, you replace the GG with percent. So 5% gets us right there. Yeah, it seems so like I would have hit it by accident almost. It's just, it sits like right on top and no one talks about it. So one great command that I would guess most Vim users know is the asterisk. What the asterisk does is it searches for the word that you're currently on, and it takes you to the next occurrence of it. So I have highlight search on, so you'll see all the occurrences of true get me there. So what I'll do a lot is I'll hit asterisk, and then I'll hit the big N to move backwards. I think asterisk sort of gets all the credit for this type of search, but what pound does is it does the same thing but asterisk, but in reverse. So if you want to go to the previous occurrence of something, just hit asterisk, and that'll take you right there. All right, so the next thing is not really about navigating around in a file, but I just think it's really important, and I'm surprised how little it's talked about. So there are word-wide motions that everyone knows about. But it brings you to the question quickly of what is a word. So E takes you to the end of a word. So if I hit E throughout this, you'll notice that it breaks a lot. Breaks not as in fails, but just stops. So what we learn is that words are hyphen delineated. They're also period delineated and exclamation point delineated. But if we jump down to this word and we type E, it jumps to the end, right? So it just begs the question, what is a word? And they're delineated by a very specific set of symbols that you could look up, and I think they're fairly intuitive. But what if I want to act on this entire thing as a word? What if I want to delete this in one go? So if I type DW, it doesn't work if I want to delete till the end. But if I type DI big W, that does. So basically in Vim, there's a difference between small words and big words. So W stands for small word, capital W stands for big word. And the same goes for E and B. So if I want to delete this entire thing if I want to delete to the end of this in one go, DW doesn't do it, but D big W does do it. Does that make sense? So really helpful is just, DI big W. I use that a lot because obviously classes are period delineated and things like that. Cool. All right, the very last thing I'll go over are marks. I think some people are a little intimidated by marks, but they're super easy. So I wanted to just go over them very quickly. So say we are, let's use a new method. Say we're working the BlackBerry method. We keep coming back to it, right? We do something down at the bottom of the file and we keep coming back to it. So one thing I used to do is I'd say, okay, it's on line 57. Try to remember that. I'll go back to line 57. That's a terrible way of doing it. So you could set a mark, M to set a mark, followed by whatever register you want to put it in. So MM is fairly common, the same way Q is common for macros, just because you hit the same key. But you could put it in the A register if you wanted. So let me put MM here. So I've set a mark called M on this line, on this space. Now if I go down to the file and I'm doing something down here and I'm ready to go back, I hit backtick M. That takes me exactly to where I set the mark. If I set the mark in the A register, it would be backtick A. That M is fairly common. The BlackBerry method, we keep coming back to it, right? We do something down at the bottom of the file and we keep coming back to it. So one thing I used to do is I'd say, okay, it's on line 57. Try to remember that. I'll go back to line 57. That's a terrible way of doing it. So you could set a mark, M to set a mark, followed by whatever register you want to put it in. So MM is fairly common, the same way Q is common for macros, just because you hit the same key. But you could put it in the A register if you wanted. So let me put MM here. So I've set a mark called M on this line, on this space. Now if I go down to the file and I'm doing something down here and I'm ready to go back, I hit backtick M. That takes me exactly to where I set the mark. If I set the mark in the A register, it would be backtick A. Going back down here again, if instead of backtick M, I hit single apostrophe M, that takes me to the first character in the line where the mark was set. So depending on your use case, you could use either of those. Lowercase letters are reserved for specific to the file. Capital letters are reserved for within files. So if you wanted to set a mark capital V in your vimrc, you could pop to it from any other file. This is everything. I'm sure it's not helpful now, but I think it'll be a good cheat sheet, and I'll get the slides online. And that's it. I'm curious if anyone knew all of them. Yeah. I didn't hear G underscore.
Yeah, I did not know G underscore. It's the only one.
Cool. So this time I was going to open up for a few minutes. If anyone has any great commands I missed, I'd love to hear them, and I'm sure the group would. And if there's any questions, please let me know. Yeah.
I'm using like F and T a lot for finding like line-wise.
Yeah.
So, like T will put you right before the match, right? F will put you on the match.
That's
so
right.
A lot of times when you can add on like different commands, you can be like delete to T whatever, so DT like L, delete everything up to the first occurrence of L just before it, right?
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool.
You're right. I like that a lot. Just to go over it in case anyone missed it. So F takes you to the occurrence, including it, and T takes you right before it. So I have BlackBerry and JDKF sort of comma separated right now. If I do DF comma, it deletes everything including the comma. And that would be great, right, if I, instead of just deleting this word and then going forward. But the inverse of that is DT comma, if I wanted to save the comma, which is helpful depending on what you're working with.
And piggybacking on that is semicolon and comma.
Yes. That's right. So FF basically puts somewhere that the last thing I line-wise searched for was F. So I hit semicolon to move forward, and I hit comma to move back. And that's good because it stays in the register too. So if I was up here, and I had another false, and I wanted to get to the last one, comma will take me there.
One of the things I use a lot is the squigglies or curly braces, which will jump per paragraph, which is really handy when you jump the infantry.
Cool. What do you use that for? I sort of see the like English language ones and are a little dismissive of them.
Well, even here, I can jump from BlackBerry to Bilberry with just a squiggly.
Yeah, so like D curly will delete Bilberry.
Wait, so hit curly brace from here?
Go to 40 and do a D close curly.
Are you including just vanilla keybind? Just the vanilla key?
There are no plugins involved.
Just the vanilla, not including, say, the surround?
That's right. I actually opened it with no vimrc, just so it's applicable for all operating systems. And oh, so that's cool. So it's like blank line delineated.
Exactly.
Yeah, it jumps per paragraph. Paragraph can be configured to be something, but in normal, the paragraph is from vanilla to line, some block of text until the next time.
Cool. I like that. Thank you.
Similarly, there's the bracket matcher.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one's good.
I love that. It's amazing to see. It's possible, but no one is.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't match it, which comes bundled, you can jump between.
I can. I just have a ton of methods.
So this is the percent command. It matches. I don't even know how to describe them, sort of equal and opposite pairs with sort of curly braces and parentheses and I think quotes as well. So if I want to jump to the beginning or the end, and same with that. It's the
ماشي كده العصر
عشان لا الصلاة
اه
سوي في الدك خلي بالك خلي العيال تلاقي اليوم ما كانوا عارفين لا الدولة الصلاة
يقول لي اه
ربع أقسم شيء
هذا الربع اقسم
لا
هو
3 و5 سنة ربع أقسم شيء تقول العصر
يعني باقي شحال
باقي نص ساعة
نص ساعة